Connecting to Diablo IV services. Queued. Maybe we're gonna be okay. It killed my camera. I don't know why.
Quiet. Shut up.
I mean, just let us in the game. Hold on a second. I gotta fix my camera. I don't know why it's freaking out. Oh, because my phone died. All right. Hold on. I don't know why it died, but it did. You're leaving? Are you going to be playing or you don't want the spoilers? Don't run. You're going to be playing. Understandable. Hold on, I got to edit my settings here. A lot of people watching. We got like 1 million people in the category. This guy looks edgy as hell. What's this? This is Diablo IV. Wonderful, hello. You can change like your hair and stuff like after the fact, right? I mean, I'm okay with this. I'm assuming you can make adjustments later. Man, the only hard part about playing as a rogue is like I don't know what to name them. I'm not doing hardcore. Someday maybe. Not today. I might just name myself Girthquake anyways. No, I'm gonna do Girthquake. I love that. That was my favorite name out of all the names in the beta. XX420 sticky fingers. Less guidance. We don't need that. Tier 2. I'm not a baby. We don't need to see this cutscene, right?
Sanctuary was never meant for you.
We've all seen it like 1 million times. Hold on. There's a pop-up.
War between the high heavens and the burning hells.
I should find better shelter before I freeze.
Alright, I think I fixed the camera. Holy crap. What are all these things I'm getting? PC got a 2-minute head start. Hell yeah, man. That's everything. I don't know how good the connection's going to be because I'm doing it over Wi-Fi. So it might be scuffed. And I apologize for that. If people complain, I'm just going to turn it off. For some reason, when I plug the phone into the computer, it doesn't get enough of a charge. So it eventually dies. I gotta figure that out. I don't know why am I bothered? Why am I? There's level scaling anyways. It doesn't make any sense.
Another abandoned town.
Demons everywhere. Fangs in the dark. He bit me.
I feel like I've done this start so many times now.
What's it?
Oswen, hush. Come. I'll explain.
I mean, I guess that's because I have done it.
There is evil staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside.
Can you skip this? Hold on. I'll try turning this down to 720p. Maybe it's a little... Oh, that looks a little bit better. Over Wi-Fi.
Not in town.
I'm sorry.
It's not like it takes that long. It takes like, what, 5 minutes to get to the other town? 10 minutes to get to the other town? No, if I wanted to get my name on the statue, like, I would try and organize people to help, like, boost me. You know, I would organize like a couple people to help me play for 24 hours, as well as like people that would be willing to jam legendaries and stuff into my butthole. You might be able to be one of the top 1,000 people to get to level 100, but not without a lot of support. You know, ideally you're playing with like other people, so you've got like always like a 4-man getting the boosted experience and then people just funneling all that stuff onto you. Setting up area clears, stuff like that. Why do I automatically have, like, 2? I will say it is a good-looking game. And it plays very well on controller, which I really appreciate. Like, the funny thing is, like, in the olden days, like, nobody would ever even think of playing a PC game with a controller. There was always, like, mouse and keyboard. Like, why the hell would I use something for babies? Your license is not valid and your console sent too many requests to the server? I'm very sorry to hear that. That's messed up.
I'm not ready yet.
It's double teaming you. Lizard winning again. You gotta buy yourself another license. I'm surprised this actually works because I had a redemption copy for the game. He didn't drop anything. I thought he would at least drop an item. He didn't drop crap. I almost just want to just like walk past everything. Yeah, I think we'll do the vulnerable. We'll get vulnerable and slow on our builder. That seems okay. It's a nice class to play because you feel like you actually deal damage. Unlike Barbarian, where you're not allowed to deal damage. Barbarian is doing more damage than Druid. I've heard Druid. You guys are saying like there's like a certain legendary they really need to deal damage, right? Something about like earth spikes or something. 7 billion. Is that more than the rogue?
You've returned.
The old ruins are clear.
Yeah, it sounds large to me. What does vulnerable even do? Well, it's interesting that they would let the numbers get that big because, like, those numbers got to go back and forth on a server.
All of them. Light willing.
10% more damage? I mean, I'll take it. Well, speaking of, what's our performance? That's interesting. Could put BLSS on. Sure, why not? Oh, we're on Ultra? I mean, that's probably fine with DLSS. Wait, did I just disable? Yeah, it's, I mean, if we like Omega mainline the main story, which I mean we could do. Maybe like 2 hours?
You collapsed.
We could try that. I want to. Is there not any in-game FPS? Why would you limit cutscene to 30 FPS? Okay, I thought it looked really weird. Frame generation. Huh. I don't want that. I don't think I need it. I going full goblin mode on this? Well, I did really love the launch of Diablo 3. I can tell you that much. It's not, I know it's not like a super popular stream game. So like, I'll still be back to playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate tomorrow around our normal time. But, yeah, I mean, we'll probably be playing it throughout the weekend. I may or may not try and install it on my Steam Deck and bring it to my in-laws when I stare at them on the weekend. I mean, I gotta play the game on, like, unfortunately, even though I would love to go like Omega Goblin mode on Diablo 4, you know, I gotta keep playing the monster hunting. Otherwise, my average viewership will go down, and Konami will not send me a Silent Hill 3 code or Silent Hill the Room code. So I wonder what's more efficient to play on, the normal mode, or like what world tendency you should be playing on. Presumably somebody's done the math on it. Like how much faster you clear things. Now let's find our spender. So we do vulnerable, and we also do slow. I thought like twisting blades did good damage. Well, that's good sustain there. Flurry hits any vulnerable enemies and make all enemies hit by that cast vulnerable for 3 seconds. I don't know, man. It's got to be something. Barrage seems really good. It just looks like a lot of damage up front. Which early on, I feel like that's kind of what you need. They make respecking so easy in this game that it's like you don't have to feel that bad. Just a lot of stuff happening at the end of May and the beginning of June. Like, it's unbelievable how much stuff we have going on. I mean, it's good. It's good for everyone, but... Isn't there like a thing in here?
Short fangs. Young. Freshly turned. An easy kill. Further south than the others. They're spreading.
What's happening during the fall? Oh. we'll find out at the Summer Game Fest. My Monster Hunter slate will be clear for a very long time. Oh, I've made it through all of Monster Hunter Rise. I mean, I could wait until March. Is me too ready? I'm playing the Rogue. All the characters I played in the beta, the Rogue felt the most interesting to play.
I thought I'd live to see your
Variety streamer? There'll be more. It's not like there's not going to be any Monster Hunter. There'll still be Monster Hunter.
The angel. Let's not linger. Kiyovershad lies just ahead.
Can't play until next week? Well, that sucks.
I'm not ready yet.
You enjoying the alchemy playthrough? It's interesting.
Hold. To enter the city, you must
We have no
first
time for this.
take a piece of holy cedar wood from the shrine and inscribe.
I mean, anything that's not adept or
Cast it into the bridge.
valor, right?
As the fire burns the wood.
You know what it is, A-Ready? Is if you want to play early, it's $20 to upgrade your version. And with that upgrade, you get the battle pass. And then you could play earlier. I think I need to, like, lock the FPS because, like, I'm getting stutters. Maybe that's just because I'm entering into the village. Is there no, like, in-game frame limit? Am I stupid? I see this. Sharpen image, no. Cursor scale. V-Sync. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, foreground FPS. We want this at 60. That's for the sake of the stream. Am I interested in the Star Wars game? I played the first one. It was okay. Am I going to
What
spend,
did you write on the little piece of... I'm off to the dry stuff.
whatever, $60 or $70 to play it on release?
Tattoos.
Absolutely not.
Cloudy eyes. This poor thing is practically crow bait.
With what you're paying.
What's wrong with that horse?
4 legs.
Wait. The old man sold me this too. He said he didn't need it anymore, but I think he'd want it back all the
What's
same.
this? Is it a pre-order horse?
No charge.
A little weird. That was a different roll animation. Jedi Survivor. Is that the one that just came out?
Yeah, no problem.
I can't promise you I'll play it.
Sometimes...
Or stream it.
uh,
I can't do that. And I'd take it. I don't want to... Jedi Survivor. I think that was the... Is that the first one? You know, I kind of do want to turn on the frame generation and just see what that feels like. This is the first time I've used it. I also want to tell if I can tell a difference. Hardware accelerated? How do you even not edit that? GPU. hardware GPU scheduling. That looks like a Windows setting. System display graphics settings. Oh, I'd have to restart my PC for it? Okay, we're not doing that. We're about to witness another PC murder? No! Please! No!
Welcome back.
Oh, are these all the premium purchases you could spend money on? Oh my god. Where's like the things?
Yes, well, Bozan has...
Yeah, this game is not free. It's fair. Is Colin still there? I don't know who Colin is.
The new militia...
This is the worst.
Brutal. I like it.
Hello. Well done.
Brutal. I like it.
Oh, well done.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Thanks.
All right, actually, let's... where's the quest? Oh, is the clan still there? No. Cool.
We were born in sin, children of darkness. But the Father's light can be sought through penitence and faith. Walk in the light.
65 damage. 55 damage. Oh, that's interesting. How long does the vulnerable last on this? 2 seconds? Flurry just seems like so little damage. I don't know. I don't know if they changed anything between the beta and now. It just feels like they made the bow attack stronger.
Reverend Mother, I received a report of a potential...
Gape is my Monster Hunter sex clan. I don't know yet. I gotta know what's going on in Monster Hunter sex before I know 100% what's gonna be the clan name and all that stuff. Presumably, I don't want to end up like, you know, in a situation where a community manager from Capcom is going to look at what I've set up in the game and like, we're here to cheer on SDShepard, leader of the Gape clan. Like, I don't care in Diablo because Diablo, you know, we're going to play it for a week or two. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with it. Yeah, people might have questions. Did I not get... I did not activate the waypoint. That's very sad. Am I going to have to walk back to unlock it? I mean, it's a good game. You know, look. The nice part about Diablo, it's what, you know, there are games out there where you're like, I don't know what I'm going to play. You get that, like, decision paralysis. You're like, I don't know what I want to do. Diablo, like Monster Hunter in a way, is very much a good game of, like, I'll just turn this on because I know I'll be able to do something. I wish they gave me a horse. Oh no, I didn't think I would be able to kill it. Oh no, I feel awful. I killed the little fox thingy. That's really funny. I need... Will this take me there, or where's it going to take me? Okay, thank God. No, I can't make that mistake again. Just gonna do a little. I like that one. Why am I using a controller instead of a mouse and keyboard? I play video games for a living. I'm an internet clown. If you didn't know. And if I'm on mouse and keyboard for like any length of time, I get pretty bad like wrist pain. My hands are mostly fine. It's just like my wrists like really hurt. So in general, if there's a game and there's a choice, you know, I'll use mouse and keyboard. you know, if it's a competitive video game and you get an advantage with mouse and keyboard, all right, yeah. When I get sponsored to do Apex Legend bounties, I usually use mouse and keyboard. Mostly because people judge you if you don't. But if you have not tried playing this game with mouse and keyboard, I would encourage you, you know, give it a shot, because it's actually pretty good.
What do you need?
Like, I don't feel in any way hindered by the fact that I'm on mouse and keyboard. You know, there are certain games out there that like technically support it, but it's like not very good. Mouse and keyboard. Oh my God. You know what I meant. It supports controller very well. I mean, it's, you know, it was designed to be played on consoles as much as it was computer. It's on Xbox and PS4. I did it again. I know, it's really bad. I'm trying to enjoy my life now before I can't remember it anymore. Let's go to Japan. Do our streamer for a living. There are certain games that like only support mouse and keyboard. Like there's a lot of games out there that are like a lot of deck builders. There's a lot of games like that. Oh, like tower defense games. You know, you can't use a controller. And like those are fine because like, you know, you're not like gamer gunching over them, so you're a lot less likely to cause yourself some damage by being all tense and stuff. Well, yeah, I would imagine Minecraft is a bit better on mouse and keyboard.
More strangers in the camp.
She did.
Yeah, and in terms of stuff like Apex Legends, you know, and other competitive shooters, like, you know, if you gotta use mouse and keyboard to be competitive, like, that's just not a game that I'm just gonna invest, like, a ton of time in.
We've got to go on foot. Look out!
I was playing balloons the other day.
It's mine now.
I'm continually tortured by my niece and nephew because all they want to do is play Candyland. And I have to be like, I can't do Candyland again. Like, my soul is leaving my body. I can't do it. You get any map. We got Black Border Chimps Candyland, okay?
Maybe we should go back.
We got plenty of other things we could play on easy or medium. The reality is they don't even really want to play it. They want to watch me play it. Have I found John Diablo yet? I am him. I can't believe Moon wasn't on the list of screamers that got the subscriber stuff. I don't understand that. And not to be mean, but there's just like so many like, who are you? Who are you people on the list of people that do got it? And you can be like, oh, sour grape streamer. Yeah, I can be a little sour grapes. What's wrong with that? I enjoyed the charity when it was in Monster Hunter. It was so nice of them. What's going on with this quest here? Me and Moon are brand risks? Moon swears a lot more than I do. I don't know that he says anything that's truly brand unsafe. Yeah, he gets pretty close. Does he still have it? He still has. Is that bookmarks and cannibalism? But like, I've never actually eaten someone. Just because I'm interested in cannibalism does not make me a cannibal. And yeah, okay, I've kissed a goat before. That doesn't make me a bad person. Look, I will bite you, okay? If I see you, any one of you in real life, you're getting bitten. I did not eat someone. I'm trying to explain that I have not eaten someone. He's called Chicho. It's so sad getting like this basic ass equipment to drop.
Show it to me, Daddy. We take a good look at your
Moon is a bald wrist?
Oh yeah, that insect blade. Oh, I really sucked the extract out of you.
He's had a Tesla for over 5 years now. Owns at least one home. Is married and has a child. He's doing all right, okay? He could get the hair implants if he wanted. He could definitely afford them.
What's special about this place anyway? What would draw Lilith
I
here?
think he looks very dignified when he wears his glasses.
Doesn't tell us anything.
He went a long time without running a camera for a while, and I wonder if he was just sick of reading his chat. I don't know if he ever talked about that, but I do remember there was a long while where he just didn't have a camera. And then when he did turn it on, it was like so shadowy.
The jam must be deeper down.
Locked.
Over here. I can squeeze through to the other side.
Wait, hold on.
And there she goes.
Thanks for streaming today. You're welcome. It's been a long stream so far. It's 5 hours. I'm not going to promise that we're going to go another 5 hours. But you know, we might go a little while. Is this new? I don't remember this guy. Hey, we finally got an orange weapon. Or orange yellow, I guess. Is that gold? I don't know. What do you call that color?
That was quick thinking.
Sure.
Why would your mother leave you like that?
She wouldn't.
I feel like it was kind of early for a rare at level 7.
I'm sure she had good reasons.
Little pea color.
Damn, mine's caving in.
If that's your pea color, you should definitely hydrate. You're in the depths of dehydration. So there are Paragon levels in this game, right? I know there was one Diablo streamer I was watching, and he said the most important thing, oh that's neat, is to try and max out your renown first. Whatever that means. How messed up is it that Blizzard is offering like a 1,000 limited slots for people to get max level, and then making it basically a $20 entry in order to do that with the battle pass? Because like you've got no shot if you started 4 days late, right? I mean, that's just impossible. I wonder if the slots will be filled before the game officially launches.
I'm not dying here.
Basically, disqualify the early havers?
An opening.
Oh, the early access people? Well, I mean, they still had a chance to play. Like, anyone who had the game in early access is definitely going to have a small advantage because, like, they'll have all the mechanics known and, you know, an opportunity to, like, plan out their build. Or are you meaning if you had early access, you're not allowed at all anymore? Because for a second, I thought they were still letting them do it. Oh, you're not allowed. Oh, okay. All right, never mind. Then they must have changed their mind.
Over there, the hoist.
That was not what I was aware of. That was not my understanding.
I'll ride out. Oh. Slain.
It was the same thing with Street Fighter 6. I was offered like mega early access for Street Fighter 6. They're like, if you take this early access, you will not be allowed to compete in the first tournament.
We need.
Not that I'm planning on competing in the first tournament, but I wouldn't want to be excluded from doing it. Oh no, I'm sure the normie $20 doesn't count. But I mean, it's essentially it. Like, there's no way.
They're all dead.
That you can compete with somebody who's got a 4-day head start.
Over there.
Lilith can't be too far.
What's this?
Do you think they made these cutscenes any better?
How your mind races.
Nope.
I am Lilith.
Oh, they're so bad. They spent all this money making this game look so good. Like, could they not afford, like, somebody to do something? Like, that's worse than, like, the Monster Hunter World cutscenes of, like, the handler just staring someone in the face. I don't know that it looks ugly to me. Like, I think it looks okay. 15 energy. We'll do that one. Oh, I still have more? I don't know which one I want. Doesn't this slows them, doesn't it? Dash actually might be okay. I mean, it's good just for movement anyways. Oh, hold on a second. I want to... Stop. I want it there. Stop it. Leave me alone. Stop it. We got a shaman. Well, Diablo 3 is definitely like way flashier, and it's not. It's like not even close. I think I want it. I think I want it on right. That is not where I wanted it. I didn't mind the way Diablo 3 looked, like at all. But I could understand how fans of Diablo 2 would, some of them would look at it and be like, this isn't the Diablo I remembered. And it's kind of an interesting process that they must have gone through deciding that that's what they wanted their game to look like in the first place. I mean, Shadow Step would be kind of nice. You know what? All right, here, we'll put these here. I could just spam them just to move faster. Oh, you need a target for that? Get the hate towards Diablo 3. I mean, the biggest issue with Diablo 3, I mean, is the real money auction house on launch was like super messed up.
Ah, there.
There's a lot of people I mean, there's still people out there that are like, we should turn video games into jobs. And it's like, it's one thing if you play the game for entertainment as a screamer, but like for your average person that like already worked like, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, and then it's like they're gonna go home and they're gonna have to play their game and make $3 an hour or whatever you would make playing it. Like, what sacrifices are you making in the gameplay design? I'm sure some people made good money on the real money auction house. Sure, if you got, if you poop socked your way up there with a group of people to get some really good farming going. And yeah, as we know, I mean, there are whales out there with more money than sense, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the right term for it is. Hamburger for $100? What does a hamburger even do in that game? Is that an item? Hamburger weapon. Can't imagine it was good. Ooh. Certainly not several $100s good. Sunbreak dead on PC? It's been consistently dead since launch. You can help yourself a little bit by using a mod that improves matchmaking. Nah, it's just been pretty much dead the whole time. From a Twitch metric standpoint, people would rather watch 5-year-old Monster Hunter games than Monster Hunter Rise. There's almost nothing you do to make Monster Hunter Rise okay. Maybe if you did like a full game speedrun. If you did Gorm percent. People just don't care. Yeah, SOS is bad, less people playing. We're taking damage. I'm kind of concerned about our ability to kill the boss. I mean, we really are rushing. That's kind of funny. It's saying I need to go over here. Is that like a lie? Did I miss a person to talk to? No. I think it's just, I just gotta go this way. It's easier to find co-op matches in Balloons than in Sunbreak. Well, Balloons is free to play, is literally, well, not free to play, but almost free to play. Literally constantly updated. There's new content in Balloons every day. Decent new updates every week, and pretty large content patches, like, I don't know, every month or two. I guess Balloons is a good example of a game that's kind of like live service that isn't super predatory or scummy at all. Now that I think about it. I'm just gonna double check my, do I have any other upgrades? We might die. People don't really like Sunbreak. There's some people like Sunbreak. Somebody in chat earlier, B Sponge, was saying that they like, they said Rise is their favorite game. And they like it more than Monster Hunter World. Everyone's got their reasons, you know? I feel like I'm just not doing enough damage. Maybe if my positioning's 100% on point, I'll be fine. Yeah, I agree with Nefudis. Sunbreak is great when you're doing your progression. Up until AR 100, it's a lot of fun. And then it starts getting a little problematic. Somebody in Discord said that they did Amatsu right after Gasm Gorm, and it took them like 40 minutes. That's really cool. Yeah, screw Gasm percent. What do you think a Matsu percent is like? You'd have to actually learn the fight. Full strong arm stance? Well, I don't know if I'd want to do that. You think even speedrun gear with strong arm stance would be okay? I mean, you take chip damage with the strong arm, don't you? You need to build like you might need like guard or something. As insane as that sounds, to take less chip damage. I honestly wouldn't know. I didn't. I should have probably just farmed Amatsu and just ignored the AR stuff. Made a terrible mistake. I'm assuming we'll get a Hazard Amatsu eventually. AR Afflicted rank? It's the post-game content. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't really like this. He died and he gave me a blue chest? Alright. Upgrade. Do you have access to all monsters without doing the anomaly stuff? Depends on what you mean by all monsters. There are some variants of the monsters that technically you can only get through the ARs, but they're not like fundamentally different. They're just like a little different. I guess there are a couple that are pretty different. And then every monster in the game, or nearly every monster in the game, has a special investigation when you level them up all the way. And again, they're not significantly different, but they are different.
Kinds of magic as before. I think I can dispel it.
I just love how mobile the rogue is. I just think it's a really cool class.
I did it.
I mean, they've increasingly made it easier to get tier max AR. And I'm assuming that the bonus update is just going to give bonus AR all the way up to 300. You know, I think it's like 2.25 or something like that. Is the bonus. And like once, if you're at like double, or it's either 2.25 or 2.5. If it's 2.5 multiplier, it's not that bad. Still not good, but it's not that bad.
Where are those girls of yours? Finally ran off to play night, have they?
Well, you certainly... If you've got the makings, I can light keep you.
Was roguelike Demon Hunter? Similar to Demon Hunter. I feel like Demon Hunter was a little different, though.
Let's have a look at it.
Rogue was technically a character class available in the original Diablo. Which, I mean, that's a boomer game. If there's ever been a boomer game before. It's gotta be weird being, like, not a boomer and being like, what is this old man talking about? What are you talking about, man?
Not bad.
Something for the cold and dark.
Why is this so expensive? All right, well, we got slightly stronger potions. Hopefully this will help. I'm still not convinced that I'm going to be able to beat it, but... Oh, view rewards. That's what we want. Okay, we don't have them. Diablo 2 remake, but you couldn't get into it? Well, I don't think Diablo 4 is going to change anything so much that it'll help you. Yeah, original Diablo 1 was going to be like turn-based, I think, right?
Not enough blood. Never enough blood. I will follow you to the ends of Sanctuary, Mother.
A priest. There she is. You must stop this.
Look at the gift she's given me.
That's not too bad. It's so much easier with this class than it was with the druid. With the druid, it was like so hard because you're so fat. Am I doing hardcore? I decided not to do hardcore. I died too much in the beta. If the series is popular enough, I'd be happy to do a challenge run once like I've got a better handle on the game and all the mechanics. But I guess I'm just not that cool anymore, you know? Certainly, I don't think I'd want to do hardcore on a road. Keeps stunning me. That being said, we have not died yet. And I really thought I was going to die on this mission. Diablo 4 launch day viewership was lacking. It was kind of lacking in the beta too. I just don't know if like these games are like, unless you're really, really into them, I just don't think they're like really good like content. Like if you're into the whole ARPG thing and you want to see somebody like do a bunch of min-maxing and stuff, like it's one thing. Be good. Let's go. Did it bug? Hello? Has been gold at 400,000. Is he streaming now? Oof. Why do you think that is? Is Lost Ark just the better game? Should we just be streaming Lost Ark instead? If you want to stream an action RPG. Lost Ark is still actually, I think, one of the more popular games on Twitch. If Lost Ark had slightly better controller support, I would stream it.
Angels above, you've returned.
Currently playing it right now? God damn. Quinn is way higher than his usual number. Well, Quinn's been making a lot of good YouTube content. So he's earned that. Lost Ark definitely does have Korean grind nonsense from what I understand.
Excellent work.
And it's got like something that brings you back every week that makes you discreetly stronger.
My husband.
So like, I don't know, I guess there's like a never-ending power treadmill there. Okay, so we're actually getting a little bit out-leveled by the content, huh? Because I'm level 10. Nah, Quinn put out a ton of content. He knows a lot about the game. That's good, he put in the work. No, I don't want to do that one. Where is it? I think this one? I think that one. Swinging a real-life gun lance. How is he like buff as hell? Hey, it's a little world event. I might die here. Is there anybody doing it? No, please don't hit me. I'm like so alone. Where is everyone? I need help. Help me. Gonna have to like run away. I don't... Oh, we got so lucky with that level up. I have no idea what's going on. Please, no! I'll do it by myself then. Those are actually some pretty good upgrades. How is Diablo 4? It's pretty good. I'm not the right amount of suck. I'm too good. Dude, that was so hard. It was actually like genuinely really difficult. What am I liking about it so far? Well, there's nothing different now than what I was enjoying in the beta. It's like a really easy game to play. The live service will be? You want me to open up the cash shop when I get to a safe spot? You want to see? Because it's already live. You want to see it and throw up in your mouth a little bit.
Let us consider the cards once more.
So what is it, like $10 per 1,000? So you've got this stuff and it's each $10 to $20 per thing. My horse? I am not, man. It's such good value. You don't think you watched the beta gameplay? We streamed the second and third betas. The third beta, we actually killed the world boss. I didn't get a chance to kill the world boss in the second beta, but we did do it on the third one. I don't know if it's a true pay to win because like I don't think those are like I think those are just like cosmetics. They're getting in after purchasing currency? I don't believe it. Is that Reddit? I don't believe that. Do you believe it? I don't believe it.
How did this happen? I shouldn't be holding this.
Blizzard's a scummy company, but I don't think they're that bad.
Ah, yes. Of course.
Literally just work for you? But like you don't... How do you know it's just not just working now? I feel like that would be difficult to do a true, like, you know, double blind study. You just got in after spending $2? Are you saying, like, it re-registered your license? Maybe there's a bug. Maybe there's legit a bug with the game, and having to do that would re-trigger your license. Blizzard is the future game? No. No way. Capcom is the future. It is scummy that you had to spend $22. What can you even do with $2 worth of currency? The worst typing that I've seen on the internet recently was in the Inkbound beta. Or alpha? I don't know how the hell that person got into the game, let alone got away with the name that they had. Nope. That's worse. Well, that's nice. I guess I could just level up my spender. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a Steam version. That doesn't make sense to me. Blizzard doesn't want to share any of their money. We're almost level 12, right? I don't think we really need to be level 12, but... Oh yeah, I mean, this will probably do it.
So,
I feel like Poison Trap seems pretty good. I mean, that's damage. Exploit seems pretty good as well. Malice also seems good. What are these imbuements? Subterfuge. Agility. Core. Basic. These are the imbuements? I see. We need to go there. Yeah, I feel bad for Wild Hearts. I don't know. Somebody is spreading a rumor that they were, like, dead. The game was over. But then they released another update, so... who's to say? It was a real update. I mean, you got a new enemy out of it. They added some, like, quality of life stuff to it. Or at least, like, new ways to upgrade things. I don't know if I like that being an RB. I kind of want it, like this, so I can smash the right side.
There's something strange going on here. May realm.
Yeah, I didn't go back to look at the slime rat. No offense to the slime rat, I just wasn't that interested. I explore the whole map or just rush the story? I was planning on rushing the story just to get to the next area. I certainly want to get out of the stuff that I've been doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to get out of... what I've done in the beta a ton already. Like, I'd like to see some new content. %, Diablo IV 1. There's definitely people that do speedruns. Am I going to be one of them? I'd rather put my efforts for speedrun a Monster Hunter, I think, but... It's an okay one. Apparently, like, you can, like, more specifically target your builds with some of the options in the later game. I find that very interesting. What just happened? She's somewhere in here. She's somewhere on this map.
You're stuck in an illusion created by
This is the wolf quest.
Relax. No harm will come to you here.
She's like shooting lasers at demons.
Who are you?
Their path always ends in fire and death.
Kind of want to get rid of this hood. Does not match anything else that I've got going on. So are there going to be seasons? I assume there will be. Is this technically the first season?
There you are.
What class am I? I picked the rogue.
I think I've lost my way.
Oh, first season's delayed until later. Maybe they want to refine it. Maybe they just want to milk the initial state of the game.
Someone's toying with us. This is a maze.
People are fighting to get their names on the statue of the demon lady. The thing is there's like almost too many of them to matter. If there was like one, it'd be a really big deal. But like, are you going to be out there on your Twitch profile being like, I was number 736 to get in the top 1,000 on the Diablo IV poop sock? Like, most people would just be like, wow. What a loser.
The path is different now. That too is the source of an illusion. I must be
I mean, I'd love to be 3066. Don't get me wrong.
Finally, the Horadric Vault.
I just think it's going to give people some very unhealthy gaming habits. When I had this, I added it when somebody said they wanted it. I think it was you. You're like, I like this. And I like it too. It's a good emote.
You assume we're treasure hunt.
Hello?
This is... I think it's...
My uncle-in-law kind of answers his phone that way.
Chespith Chut. Let's keep on. Your mother was here.
You gotta move faster, lady. No, that's seriously him. I'm always fixing his TV or his internet. I told him I'm gonna force him to buy an OLED TV. In February of next year, when all the TVs go on sale for the Super Bowl, I'm gonna say you're buying a LG C2 OLED. No conversation, no negotiation. All right. He's an old man. He doesn't go anywhere. Get a nice TV, okay? I know you can afford it. Imagine me buying a super nice, super light TV just so I don't have to lift that much. My brother, I've got a TV in the other room that weighs like 150 pounds. I got like a 30 some odd inch CRT TV. takes 2 people to lift it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, having a lighter TV, I mean, everything else being equal. I'm not flexing my money. How much did I buy that TV for? $100? This is bad. Even this normal area is kind of tough. I just feel like my gear is just not like leveling up fast enough. It's because I'm rushing. Should I not be standing in that? I was taking damage. Oh, come on, man. Trying to get you... Too smart for me. She moves too much, man. I'm not going to be able to get her in that poison trap. Too smart for me. Yes, we got her. Okay. Oh, damn it. We're doing okay, okay. I thought this was going to be harder. That little blast thing is tough. It's tough to avoid it. I got some good rewards out of it. Death flag raised. Hey man, we made it. Critical strike damage is good. Is this new? You know, it's less damage, but like, I'll take it anyways. Only 1 damage difference, and it has all those other passive stats.
Why was a demon guarding that book? I should take this back to Neyrelle.
The boss fights are actually pretty fun. Yeah, that little bullet hole aspect to them. And normally, like, I don't remember Diablo having a lot of that, but I think it's a good... I think it's a good change.
You had more luck than me. Interesting.
Text stop to stop. I just block things now. That's all I do. Damage reduction. I called a company for help with my gutters. And then, like, the painter just repaired the gutters for free. And now Leaf Guard is calling me as if, like, I'm the last man on Earth and they desperately need me to impregnate them to keep the human species moving. And it's like, really, like, I don't know what else to do. I keep blocking their number. I'm not going to pick up. Oh, she's somewhere else. She's up there. That's enough.
I apologize.
Impressive.
Yeah, I just want to be left alone. Don't call me. Not sure how I feel about this automatically, like, raising the level to your level all the time. I guess it's okay. Do you think I am playing too fast? I did all this in the beta. I mean, I'm definitely pushing it to the limit. Definitely. I'm definitely not going fast enough for the statue. I don't know, man. It's a world event? All right, we'll do. I almost always go to one of these if I see them. It's a great question whether it's US only.
What's this?
You'd think they'd give out little statues for all the regions. They can afford 3,000 statues. I'll say this, the game feels a lot more empty than during the beta. Take my time, no rush. Do you want my gear when you log in or not? You get logged in on Monday? I mean, definitely less players, right? Like, you're talking about a free beta test where everybody's limited to the same level. She asked for help, but she like didn't need it. I love her. Not because I'm a gamer, but because I'm a simp. That's funny. I like that. It's day 0. People can't log in. $20 extra paid access. Did he drop? Is that a... I don't understand. Look, the way... Here's how I justified it. I'm a screamer. I got the game included with my graphics card anyways. You look at it, I didn't pay for it. I only paid $20. That's not bad. Doesn't mean anybody needs to eat me. What is that blinking thing? You guys see that blinking thing at the top of the screen? What is that? Oh no! He's level 21! Oh! Nope. Ain't no way I would survive that. I haven't died yet. I'm like kind of proud of having like not died. He will one-shot me. Woo! This other one's lightning enchanted. Oh! No! Yeah, I mean, we could... Well, I'll try and get him. Your new white shoes are dirty? Yeah, no, it's sad. Hey, we got him! Staff of Elemental Command. No, I can't use that! Why? Wasn't worth it. Oh, I got a level out of it. That doesn't do anything yet. I mean, the loot level is actually really good. That requires level 21. So, I mean, as soon as you pop level 21, I mean, that would be pretty decent.
State your business.
Reverend Mother Prover expects me.
Open the gate.
I think I saw a guy like that in the beta. And he killed my necromancer.
Not many could bear your sins.
He was like shooting fire out all over the place.
Hold. She's expecting us.
I saw a guy like that.
Good luck.
The second beta.
The forces we lost at the mine. So, you've returned. Vigo here tells me you were braver than he. First,
May as well make myself useful. Come by the ruins, south of here.
What are the imbuements? Is there a poison imbuement? I feel like the poison imbuement's pretty good. %, of their base damage. Oh, maybe. Maybe that wouldn't be that good on Barrage. Right? You want heavy hitting things. Like penetrating shot? Almost want to use the shadow imbuement. just for the bonus crit damage. I guess really I shouldn't be looking at the primary. I should be looking at the secondaries. I think I want Shadow. I'm gonna have to drop something eventually. Either dash or caltrops. I might just drop the dash. I mean, that's assuming that we even want to have an ult. I know some people were saying they didn't feel like the ults were really worth it. True. Yeah, I mean, let's take a quick look here. I mean, the everything goes down so far. So these are imbusements. Okay, so these are the ults. I mean, Shadow Clone seems pretty okay. I mean, just looking at it. The only issue is, like, the cooldowns are so long. You know, you could just have another one of these. The trap ult actually does okay damage. I'm not sure if there's a way to... Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean... You can kind of spam that. I mean, if you assume it's going to kill something... You might actually be able to use it a little bit more often. You would need to kill at least two things, if not three things, to have it like as part of like a regular kind of rotation that you do. The nice thing is it does the suck. So like you don't need this is the vampire place, isn't it? You wouldn't need caltrops. You could just do the suck, and then you can do you do the poison and then the suck. Place had like blood stuff. Like blood crystals? I don't know why there's like a little man coming out of my poison thing. It was like a bat. Okay, I mean, I'm killing elites at a reasonable pace. What are my murmurs up to? 140? I don't know what my cap is. We should probably go back. Can you play melee? I can switch some of my skills around. What do you want to see? You want to see me stabbing things? What is the benefit? Well... The melee builder lets you run away. It's like kind of like a tanking sort of thing. The other one gives you a ton of energy. It also synergizes with Lucky Hit. And then for your spenders, what is that, 162 damage versus theoretically 250 damage? I mean, this one could help reduce your other cooldowns. This other melee one gives you, like, pretty decent sustain. It just feels like the melee abilities are there to give you additional sustain. Like, the damage, from what I could tell, is on puncture into rapid fire. You get critical strikes. You get pretty good sustain of being able to keep it up because you get additional energy, which this already makes things vulnerable. I get double critical strike on things in caltrops that are vulnerable. Yeah, I could probably get rid of dash. I don't really use dash too much. For when we get the suck. And then we'll have shadow. And then we'll have suck. And there's other things down here. Like, I don't know what's going on here. There's key passives. Victimize seems alright with what I have currently. Cause things to explode. I just don't know, like... I don't know how easy it is to build your lucky strike chance. Yeah, that's neat. You're just going to constantly be getting extra damage with precision. I guess I'll hold on to that staff.
You can take what's left.
We're going to try and get a better bow. Maybe amulet would be better.
Take a chance, wanderer.
Oh, we should probably buy some of these. I don't even see an amulet. It's a little upsetting. Pants? Fine. She gave me common pants. I'm just buying the keys, man. I'm not getting bamboozled anymore. It's fucked up. It's super messed up. It's kind of weird that they don't have a thing set up for you to, like, I don't know, have your own room. Like, it's weird walking into your room and then seeing, like, a bunch of other people in your room. You gonna do Monster Hunter tomorrow? Yeah. We're at least gonna start the stream with Monster Hunter. I might do a little Monster Hunter and then go back over to this. I mean, I'm having fun in the playthrough. It's a lot of work making weapons in GU. I forgot how much work it is. And of course, we're making it a little harder on ourselves. We're in hub. We're not in the village. The village would be like easy mode. Oh, I forgot to put it away. Whatever.
An ambush? You want an audience?
We display the beast stand.
I would like to at least get to high rank tomorrow. I think that would be nice. I could feel okay about that. Yeah, I mean, really, until you find a legendary or something that really starts boosting your skills, I feel like it's like you just got to take the abilities that deal the most damage. Like, what else are you going to do? At this point in the game, surviving isn't that hard. Just don't stand in the fire.
Hail. There's a shrine.
Should we go into that hole? I'm going to go in that hole. Like a basement down there. Hey, at least he gets his, like, mech suit or something, right? I'm in the hole, man. Hey, we got a better bow. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, we need that. Oh, wow, that's a lot more damage. Heard somebody saying that the high-end dungeons, you get like a new legendary, like you get like 1 a minute. That almost feels like sensory overload at that point. At that point, do you even bother picking up rares? All the bones.
Hark, creature of darkness.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you would.
Creature of darkness, for you have wandered beyond the reach of the light. Lift your sins.
You would need to salvage them,
Cold air.
or even maybe just sell them. You know, I know money is still going to be an issue.
You have the faith to walk it.
I got some cool looking guy over here. He's got a bubble? Why does he have a bubble? It's not letting me in. Let me in your bubble, dude.
Feel the sting of your wounds. Let the ice into your bones. Welcome your pain. For the agony of the flesh is the first cleansing of the soul. Make your faith stronger than any hurt.
He didn't even drop anything.
Feel the sting of your wounds. Let the ice into your bones. Welcome your pain. For the agony of the flesh is the first cleansing of the soul. Make your faith stronger than any hurt.
It's not giving me a lot of bones. I don't know how many of these I need. I don't have the sub quest up. I'm assuming it's like the trophy quest. Bones.
For he has shown us the way.
Snow kind of reminds me of the way that they did Snow in Iceborne. It just gets squished down, like in a line. It's interesting, you can almost like queue up moves in advance, like buffer moves. So it's very easy to end up accidentally doing 2 caltrops in a row. It's not like it would ever be the end of the world if you did that, but kind of funny, like, doing it backwards twice and then, like, ending up humping a wall. I feel like they slow down their attack. I used to get wrecked by their big chop, like, a lot more often, and now I'm, like, almost always able to avoid it. So either I got better at the game, or, like, they nerfed it because they saw, like, everybody was just getting there, like, taking the big chop to the face.
Feel how it fills the void within you. Remember, you are nothing without.
I'm serious, man.
Hold fast to the light.
No, I mean, dude, there's like an event right outside the first town, and like it has a bunch of those guys. He was in the beta. How old was everybody when Diablo 3 came out? What were you doing in your life when Diablo 3 released? I'm just curious. Yeah, Diablo 3 unreleased. Middle school?
So, I like playing.
That's good. High school? You play it? Just out of basic, bought a new PC for it. Do you remember what graphics card you got? Middle school, almost high school. Such an old man. Physical copy on... Oh, were they selling physical copies for PC at that point?
Small, wonderfully small.
D3 was like around 2010, 2011?
No.
PS4, I think the console release came out a little bit longer after the PC release. It was 2012? Oh, for real? Okay. I don't remember this cutscene. So edgy. I kind of remember this cutscene. Oh, he's kind of like a dick. He's a dick in this cutscene.
How you choose to approach me.
Forgive this intrusion, but
I think the console versions of Diablo 3 were better,
I must traverse
Penguinzilla.
the Black Lake, and that cannot be done without your blessing.
If I've learned
Played 80 hours and was done with it. I mean, 80 hours is a good amount of time to play any video game.
and what we need are rarely the same thing. I once thought I could find an end to this war, but there has been no resolution.
It's just like it was easier to play on console. Like you had a dodge.
Everything
that was really nice to use.
Further from home, from the place I need to be. This world we made was born from the impossible, and yet, like its creators, it rots from the inside.
It didn't go well. I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't... Lilith has entered the ancient city. With your blessing, I can pursue her.
Your kind are
That must have been really fun. You could, what, do 2 people at a time with Diablo 3?
I can stop her.
4? Holy crap. That must have been so much fun. Was it really funny when all 4 people got like good drops and you just like the entire screen got blinked out as people tried to update their gear? I think that'd be really funny. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Oh, we were leveling up these. What's the next rank? We're going to do this one. I feel like 6% extra damage from everything. Or 12% extra damage on everything at like the high end and the low end is pretty good. I feel like Diablo series lacks badass boss milestones for endgame. Well, I mean, I haven't been spoiled for the endgame of this. But I can say so far, like, the bosses have been way more enjoyable in this than in any other Diablo game I've ever played. Most Diablo games, I feel like you're just like... Diablo 3 was a little better, because you got to, like, waddle out of the way of some skill shots and stuff. But this game, more than anything, it feels a little bit like you're playing a bullet hell. And I kind of like that. You know, assuming that sort of stuff remains relevant where positioning matters and you can't just face tank through everything. I'm excited for the Reddit meltdown. I don't know what's going to happen with Reddit. They're apparently, like, shutting down all of, like, the external players. I mean, as if, like, astroturfing wasn't already a major issue on Reddit to begin with. Now, like, you have to watch their ads. You have to watch ads to watch more ads. What is this thing? I don't know what this thing is. Oh, well, whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. They basically priced the guy out of being able to run it. Like, his server bill for Imgur was like $160 a month. And his server costs for Reddit were going to be like... It was something insane, like $3 million a month or something like that. And look, all I'm going to say is... If Reddit's going to try and make it... So if I end up on their website looking for porn and I gotta log in, like, I just won't use it anymore. I would assume there's a lot of people that are like that. Mind you, I'm never scrolling around Reddit anyways. Like, I find the concept of people, like, upvote Jack in it kind of weird. Yeah, like, I don't know if I've ever even made an Instagram account. I know I probably should. Most common fetish. I remember being an impressionable teenager on the internet and finding a very thoroughly documented photo shoot of a guy banging inflatable pool toys. and just being like, what the hell? So if anyone in chat is into the pool toys, I apologize. But also, like, what's going on, man? How does that happen? I'm not gonna yuck my, you know what? Thank you for that. I needed that. You're right. It's a whole called. Yeah, I don't know if they were custom made. That's an excellent point. I just wonder, like, was it all self-made? Like, do you gotta hire a porn actor to bang your pool toy? You heard porn causes erectile dysfunction. I don't know if it causes it. Might make it worse. Some people have a limited amount of erections that they could probably get within a day. And if you're on the lower end and you're watching too much porn, that could probably do it. I have heard reports that some women believe that the prevalence of porn has made guys more willing to just stay at home and beat it rather than go out. Which, I mean, that's a very complicated question. I don't know that you can just blame it on the porn or the guys, but I'm sure it doesn't help the situation. Sure, if you go too hard. I mean, if it's a 12-hour beat-a-thon, I mean, I'm going to be bruised and battered by the end of that one.
Let our faith be our armor against the encroaching darkness.
Porn is free. I mean, sure.
Ah, you've returned. Come, let us speak.
Dating apps killed a lot of people's egos. There's definitely a lot of ego scrolling on there, isn't there? People are like, oh, I'm a 10. And I'll only ever delete a 10. I mean, it's like when you go to the restaurant, you want to make sure you get the best meal. I'm sure for some people, they're like, I'm going to just keep shooting for the stars every time. And, you've got the whatever, infinite choice.
And outside.
I don't know. I don't know that it's healthy to be looking, though, at, like, it's cheaper to look at porn and go into a relationship. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it's cheaper to eat only flour, homemade white bread all day long than eat any other food. Oh, we got his head. That's cool.
Splinter.
Do you want the bones? Drink oil for maximum calories. Slurp down salad dressing. Ally of the bear tribe, close to completion. Those side dungeons are worth a lot of points. Yeah, I guess you'd want to clear this out as soon as possible to get your skill points and Paragon points. Is this just for your character, or is this for all the characters? Damaging an elite enemy with a basic skill generates 3 energy. I feel like I don't really ever run out of energy. Is canned food bad for you? Depends on what's in the can. Yeah, that's pretty sweet, Fog. Max out everything. Start with 2 extra skill points. Claimed by each character. Unlocks for all characters on a realm. Requires unlocking World Tier 3. So you get a 2 skill points, a potion capacity, 80 plus max obols, and then eventually 4 paragon points. And this is for each region, right? I'm assuming there's multiple regions. Is there a thing here? No? Yes?
Is someone there?
Do you need help?
Please, I need your help. I can't see. My dearest wanders these woods alone.
Is that her? I don't know what I'm doing. Ow. We good? It looks like it's going up. Yeah, it's my only issue is like I could very easily get overwhelmed. Well, we did not find the loved one before time wore out. Unfortunately. Is that a sorcerer? They just got like a flamethrower? Big enough to matter. My clan request come in? Yeah. You're the first? I think everyone else is going goblin mode. I don't know what's going on. We've been streaming it for like, what, 2.5 hours? I feel like experience is slower than the last beta. Or maybe it's because in the last beta we were doing like 4 people almost the whole way through. Yeah, 4-man really boosts it. Like, this is really proving to me, like, you wanna group up in the end game. Or at any point, honestly.
Light's blessing. If you have needs, checking with
I don't remember this place. Was this in the beta? I don't remember this.
I'm looking for a Horadrim named Donan. An old friend.
At this hour, I'd wait.
Well, I don't know.
He's upstairs in the Great Hall with his son.
What do I suggest for skills? Before you get anything decent, it feels like Puncture, Rapid Fire, Caltrops Dash, and Poison Trap are pretty good. I could probably be running another cooldown skill, but I don't really care. Yeah, I'm saving for the... I'll be running an ultimate in that slot eventually anyways.
Quite a rush, my boy. You know, I found some of my old Horadric tokens.
Until you start getting like legendaries and other things that boost other skills, I feel like that's going to be your best damage.
This discussion is not...
I mean, this gives you... You use your knives. You have to basically be point blank when you use them to trigger the... the vulnerable passive on them. So it's not technically melee, but you are using your daggers. This guy really overvalues his equipment, man. You are not that cool. You know what though? Hold on. What's my best? It's terrible. I got some terrible stuff. Got a level limit 3 dagger.
Look at this.
Am I going the right way? No. So wait, is this the second area? I didn't even notice. Hold on. Skull's Glen. I thought there was more stuff. Wasn't I supposed to, like, walk over a lake? I can't remember, man. What's the whole point of talking to that asshole angel guy?
Welcome to Firebreak.
I'm here about the incident. That was all he said.
This is a Haradrim? I still don't understand what a Haradrim is. Not an angel or a demon? You like a Super Saiyan? Bro. Maybe don't walk... Bro, maybe don't walk past the flesh curtain.
This can't be. I know who you are.
And I know you, Donut. Old, tired, each day a struggle to live up to your own legacy.
What do you want with me?
It's just a group of people. They don't have special powers. Well, so what's the Haradric Cube?
Astaroth cannot die. Not by your hand. What have you done with him?
I thought she was going to give him a little kiss.
I deny you.
You have grown so frail. I can make you the hero you were.
Return to the darkness from whence you came. I said away!
They just made a magic cube. I find Lilith hot? There's aspects about her that are hot. Oh, that's right, the Nephilim. Thank you. Yeah, that's what that is. That's what I was thinking of. I thought somebody just... That sounds like a nasty fart. That sounds like somebody just like really sharted themselves. We're being attacked. Got me. Kind of dramatic. Oh, when I'm at you. Defeat the Goatmen attackers? I love that. Die, Goatmen!
Goatmen. They've never dared.
I don't.
Oh, those Goatmen.
There are none.
You will love it if it's a goat. I'm not like into like killing goats, but I do think they're a little funny. Yeah, I'll say it. Yeah, Goatmen are a little funny. kiss them. Maybe I will. Go up here. I feel like I should finish this thing. Well, you're getting a little distracted. What is the highest difficulty right now? Is it just Torment? This goes up to level 4.
Thank you.
I know there's a special dagger I can get if I do this lady's quest. Kind of want to wait till I'm a little bit of a higher level to get it, though. So I know it's going to scale up to me. Where the hell am I going? Oh, this way. Do you think it was an in-joke at Blizzard? Like, one of the devs was Christina, and her husband liked to get tied up and beaten or something? Because that's kind of like a normal name. I mean, it's not normally spelled that way. Yeah, it's great. We'll just do her quest. You know what I mean, right? Points aren't going up high enough? We'll get there soon, man. I believe in you. I guarantee you there's a Christina in the credits. Kind of really relying on that poison skill for my AoE, aren't I? Like, my single target damage is really good, but everything falls to pieces otherwise. Dead man's dredge. I loved it. This is my favorite quest in the game.
Fyodor, may you know bliss eternal.
Fyodor?
She just runs off.
Oh heavens, no, no.
Such sights I have witnessed.
It's like, what the hell are you talking about, Freedor, man? You're a little, flesh sack.
It's no surprise Fedor was drawn to me. But I have given only what was desired.
I mean, when you really break it down.
His petty soul has been torn asunder by agony and ecstasy, but his flesh is unyielding. You will not interfere.
I don't know how good that imbue was. It will deal an additional 120 damage, no matter what. I'm assuming it stacks. Poison and bleed stacks, so I'm assuming that stacks.
If it's a rogue.
That made a good noise. So don't get mad when I ask you, why am I afraid of mice? I don't get it. I don't know. My wife is really afraid of mice. Most women I've met are afraid of mice. I used to work with a woman once, and she said if there was a mouse in her house, she would like climb up onto a chair or a table, and she would just stay there indefinitely until somebody got it. And the thought of her just like living on a chair or a table the rest of her life, I thought was kind of funny, if not a little cruel. But why? I don't know, man. They're a little creepy. I mean, they're not really dangerous. I mean, they're dirty. Like that with snakes? Well, snakes are like, you know, could potentially be very dangerous. I mean, they could really hurt you. The most mouse is gonna do to you is maybe make you sick. Their little hands are creepy as hell. You got a creepy little hands over there, you mouse. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. One rank of barrage. Don't I use barrage? I use rapid fire. One rank of flurry? I feel like one rank of flurry isn't enough to like want to change anything. I guess the nice thing about Flurry is like you get inherent crowd control with that. I mean, Rapid Fire is definitely safer. Find it odd? It's one of life's mysteries, man. I won't lose any sleep over it. Don't ever try a ranch soda. Flurry's better for AoE, but you know, my poison is kind of working, and I think my shadow skill will help a bit too. I might start selling things. Get money.
Nice.
I like how that one sells specifically for 2.
Good deal.
Wait, no!
Father bless.
I gotta buy that back.
Stay on your guard. Best armor in the piece.
Earthquake is such a good name. Yeah, I wish I was a male druid for that name. But I just like the name. I can't help it. The heart wants what the heart wants, and I wanted to be a Girthquake. I might spend one of my murmurs on a dagger. What do I got here? 7, 9, 8. Actually, maybe boots? Those boots are looking really crusty. It'd be nice to get boots with move speed. Any good aspects from a dungeon? There was one that gave, like, bonus energy. But, like, that kind of sucks. Like, I don't really care about that. Energy is not an issue for me right now. Aspect of the Protector is okay. I mean, it's better than nothing.
Not much, is it?
I can't believe it, man. Boots!
Oh, bad luck. Try again.
She thinks she's so funny. I keep getting blown up by somebody. Hold on a second. It might be Jen messaging me. Oh, my brother-in-law wants to go to Hakone. It's an anime about Hakone. It's the mountains. A mountain. Oh, too high. Run like the wind? They run from Tokyo to Hakone. Or at least that's the plan. Purveyor of curiosities. Oh, this asshole. I think Hakone is where Ava takes place, because I remember there being Ava stuff all over the town. and thinking that was really funny. How do I like my salads? I like a Caesar salad. So, the shadow skill seems to make my barrage skill cause things to explode. That's pretty neat. I've also done stuff like had like a kind of like a Mediterranean salad with like a little like cucumber and tomato with like oil and vinegar. That's pretty good. That's very refreshing. Salt, oil, vinegar. That's all it needs.
More strangers in the camp.
I'm not too picky. Not really a fan of black olives, but pretty much anything else, I mean, I'm not gonna have like a problem.
I'll explain on the way.
Let me just go this way. Why didn't you explode? Oh, okay, never mind. I guess at a certain point you might have to focus more on your AoE rather than having a super strong single target DPS. I don't know.
Difficult to understand. And the note sounds much better. I think I know how to talk with my mother again.
I always feel like you just want to be able to chunk down one thing first. But I guess at a certain point, if you could chunk down everything, if you're strong enough just to delete everything, then you just go for the AoE. My gear is definitely not there yet.
Coming from the Black Lake. Do you feel it? Let's hurry.
Salad you like is Martha's Vineyard? I don't know. What does that mean? What is a Martha's Vineyard salad? She brings her mom back and her mom's like, I loved you the whole time. Martha's Vineyard. What is a Martha's Vineyard? It's like feta cheese in it. Is that like a Florida thing?
You are the last visitor to my sanctum. Though you come too late.
Man, it just does such good damage when it gets going and it starts critting.
It started in dreams. I saw shattered images of the end of Sanctuary.
need to destroy the tumors to go any further.
That's a good noise. I like that noise. A lot. I don't know why I had to climb that. I don't know if I like the shadow skill. Maybe I should just be focusing on my poison skill. I would love to be, like, poison focused. I'm just trying to... Oh, I can search for a keyword? Poison. There's no way to turn any of these other things into poison. So this is poison. Maybe there's other legendary effects and stuff like that that can make more of your abilities poison.
The prophecy became my burden.
Because I mean, it's really good damage. Feels very legendary dependent. But I mean, I guess that's the case everyone's in right now. And again, we're in that situation where it's been 3 hours, I've gotten 0 legendaries. I've barely even gotten... I've barely even gotten, like, gear just to, like, equip my character. We had to roll for, like, boots. That's sad, man. I think all that's going to do is just increase my single target DPS, but maybe that's fine. Once we get that other trap skill, once we get our ult in, like, whatever, 8 levels, it's going to take care of a lot of our AoE requirements.
was only a matter of time before anonymous would discover what I'd done and come demanding the key.
That's sad. How is that more damage? Oh, 12% vulnerable damage. Okay, that'll be good. This guy was actually doing some work. Just walking away. I just don't understand. You know, I'm assuming this game had like somewhere between like a $50 and $100 million budget,
I'm being followed.
if not more. They had that amazing CGI intro. They have had other great CGI cutscenes. I know you got to do expository dialogue, but can you not do better than just two people standing and staring at each other? If you can't, then, like, is the dialogue necessary? Feels like a waste. Well, that's a cool little move there. Whatever's going on there. Cinematics made by external company. I mean, that's cool and all. I'm just saying, like, it's just really, like, weird. Just having the complete disparity between, you know, people like Pepe staring at each other and, like, an actual cutscene. They made this boss a little tougher. Why am I taking so much damage? Oh! I groveled enough! Deal 10% increased damage for each second you stand still. That's funny. The other arms I had on had increased flurry. Okay.
You didn't need that armor to prove your worth, friend.
It's really good for the spender. It's each second. It kind of takes a while. It almost makes me want to switch my basic to something that has more range.
You don't need to. I saw a vision of the key lifted from my corpse, under the watchful eyes of the great serpent in my sanctum. If you are chosen as you say, it will come to pass.
Well, Forceful Arrow could work. $68 damage, 75 damage. Heartseeker can't make anything vulnerable. I mean, it's not a big deal. I could always switch off of this to that. I mean, honestly, Penetrating Shot would synergize better with Poison Imbuement anyways. Because, like, Poison Imbuement doesn't really do too much with Rapid Fire. It's only an extra 82 damage. This would do an extra 218. I wonder if you could, like, stun lock things with Advanced Penetrating Shot. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if Concussing will work on bosses, though. I think I'm using a bow or a crossbow. I guess I could just keep putting points in a pen. So I would want caltrop. How did I have it? Like that. That's gonna look like I'm doing the same thing all the time.
Where is she?
Is that him?
That, I don't think that's gonna be very visually dynamic at all, but whatever. That's so much damage. We're just gonna keep putting points into poison trap. Speak with Nereline. I don't know. What do you want from me? It's not like a leave dungeon. It won't let me. How come I'm not using my specialization skills? Because I don't have enough skill points to get there yet. You mean these? Key passives? Oh, I gotta track them. I have to speak with Leyrana. Yeah, I'm not using them because I haven't unlocked them. That's why. I never got them in the beta. I never got a character far enough to even unlock them. The barbarian needed somebody from another town.
Who the hell are you?
I heard you continue.
I run with. She took 2.
There's a lot of bald women in this game. I don't feel like it generates enough energy. Well, it does hit hard. I don't know if I like it.
Dead.
Let's see. You really gotta not spam it.
A quick kill. And they test our remains for dogs. Messy, but it covered their tracks.
It's hard. And that, at least it gives me a large number. It's such an annoying passive because it's like, how often do you want to stand still? Like, I want to be walking up to things, not like... you know?
This one fight. He saw it coming. So the killing was John's first. Finished him off when he was down. Whoever it was, they were trained to grow.
We got a hole. Gonna go in the hole. Well, when I was saying I didn't need energy before, I mean, that was a lie. I think I need to switch back to the other ability. It's like maximum might. Yeah. Actually, think exactly like it. I don't think we're gonna get the bonus. I have no idea. This guy is cracked. I have no idea why he's so strong. I'm just gonna play as if I don't have that legendary ability. Because it's just making me play worse. At the very least... All right. We'll stick with this. I put 3 points into the barrage. Rapid fire. 57. How much damage does it get? 63, 6 more damage. It's like 10% more damage. That's 5 more damage. Hold on. I really don't know if I care about the imbuement at all. I feel like the imbuement should be good. I just feel like it's not. I know I have like even less skills now, but I feel like I'll deal less damage. Is that what I wanted? No, I want to be there. Have I just been getting my ass pounded by the spikes the entire time? Is this game good? Do you ever, like, sit down to play video games on your computer or your console or whatever, and you start scrolling through your Steam library or whatever it is, and you're like, man, I have no idea what I want to play. This is not as good as the greatest game as you'll find in your Steam library. It's not. However, you could sit down and play it, and it'll be an enjoyable way to spend your time. It's not doing anything major or revolutionary or amazing in any significant way. But you'll blow things up. You'll get some gear. The story is like so bad so far. Like, I don't know, like maybe it'll take a huge turn in Act 2. The most exciting thing that happened in the game, and I'm sorry, early Act 2 spoilers, some goatmen attack a thing. That has been the most exciting thing that has happened. Goatmen. Doing goatmen thing. The Darkblade, is it close to Diablo 2? I didn't really play that much Diablo 2. That's an upgrade. Cool. I mean, I did, but it was like a million years ago. Diablo 2 was just like a different game. Like, Diablo 2 felt like there was like a lot of stuff going on with like rune words and stuff like that. Kind of interesting. I don't know if this game really has that. Follow the trail. Is this it?
It's not just the... What?
It's better than Diablo 3 was on launch. Is it better than Diablo 3 now? I mean, Diablo 3 seasons now are just like insane. How do I get a ringworm? I think you don't get a ringworm. What's referred to as ringworm isn't actually a worm. It's a fungus. And if you get it, I think they sell like a thing for that. No, it's not a worm. What would you think of, like a round worm that like lived in you? Is that what you wanted? You want a little worm, buddy? You can get a tapeworm. And it'll live inside your intestines and make you very sick and probably lose weight. But I wouldn't recommend that. I would not recommend, like, deliberately going out to get yourself a tapeworm. Tapeworm's not a good idea. You get a tapeworm when you're a kid? I mean, yeah, I mean, it could happen, you know? I mean, some water or food isn't right. That's bonus damage. Oh, no, we want this one. Give me that tapeworm. I mean, I think a tapeworm is just like from eating undercooked, like meat that's got like tapeworm eggs in it, right? I think that's all it comes down to. You can get all sorts of parasites eating undercooked meat. Especially if it's like not super fresh. I mean, there's always going to be a risk. I don't know what's going on here. Like 2 elites? Killed 3 elites. Jesus, there's so many of them! I have to have a weapon upgrade. Okay. Is there going to be a boss over here? I guess I've got trash I could just drop. Yeah, I might have to go back. Like another ability that in like this line that deals damage. God, why is Poison Trap so good? I think we just got to keep pumping it.
Bakira. My runner got coin. That it messed up my head. Small worms.
You okay?
In people's hearts. Their secrets. Their scars.
Are you good?
So easy to slice. Where the queen showed me. Had to stop it.
Oh, God. No, no. Like if she's just dying from the poison. Man, when they get you... Well, V Rising doesn't have, really like native controller support, right? Isn't V Rising also like
I tried to kill myself.
like a crafting game?
Stop this fight from ever.
For all the good it did, you were a fighter to the last.
It's been on sale the last couple weeks. I know there was an update that they just released that made a lot of people really happy. Play it, gift it to me? You don't gotta gift it to me. I don't even know that I'd play it. It's not that expensive. A lot of times it's not the price that's the issue, it's the time. Choosing to play it over something else, you know?
You and me.
But I mean, V Rising wouldn't exist were it not for this game anyways, right? I don't know. Oh, I'm sure it's good. Like I got no, I've had one legendary and it boosted a skill that I didn't need. It's actually annoying. Actually, technically I've got 2 legendaries, but what? So that's it? What does the combo points do? Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. All right. So you get more arrows? Some of those are kind of crazy. Well, hold up. Next sort.
What will it be?
I guess it's probably time to
You can take what's left.
actually mess around with our gems and stuff.
Father bless. What do you need? Huh?
That's not bad. Critical strike damage to vulnerable enemies. I just put the skull in the amulet there. Not that 75 armor is a ton of armor, but I mean, it's not bad. Better than nothing. Oh, we're so close to another potion. Okay, we should finish that up. I think we'll go down here. We'll clear out the Lost Archives. Now I'm playing the game. Yeah, I don't know when that quest unlocked. It might have been unlocked from the beginning. I didn't even notice it. With Barbarian, you get it kind of unlocked right away. I don't think I've done this. I haven't done that hole yet, I don't think. This is pretty sweet.
All around. Why did Mother go? I don't want to be alone.
So I guess the interesting thing about the poison trap is you can be aggressive with it, or you can just like keep spamming it on cooldown. I don't think there's anything wrong with that because you can have up to 4 at a time and like something will probably run into it. Please find your mother. Yeah, I did it. Thanks for the boots. Oh, that's interesting. Bonus evade charges? I mean, this one gives me +1 rank of caltrops. Maybe we'll do that. We don't... What is it, Shadow Step? I will take free points in Smoke Grenade and in Shadow Step. Looks like Dragon Quest 11, just with a slightly better haircut, right? This one gives me 30% move speed after an evade, though, and I'd rather be using it just to be moving around faster. Whoa, God. What is that? It's exploding. It's a pronunciation before Sa and Za. I think that's... I think that's Za. But man, now you got me second guessing myself. Let me double check. Saw, and then with the DAC on, it becomes Za. I was right. Thank God. Thank God I didn't take a year of Japanese and couldn't even answer a basic hiragana question. Holy crap. The two little lines indicate that it's like a more enunciated symbol, more enunciated pronunciation. Which sounds more complicated than it really is. You could always just memorize them as separate. Like extreme style hiragana is kind of how I thought of it. Like ka becomes ga. Za and sa, they same to you? In English, those are definitely different. I don't know how often we use... I mean, the English is all messed up because there's multiple ways to pronounce SA anyways. Like, it could be saw like sap. Saw, sand. Trying to think of the other way you pronounce it. Same. Same. Could be like a bit of like an E sort of noise. Depending on what the word is. But for ZA, I can't think of many words at all. Zap. Oh, we got this now. Nice. Nice. Saw, Zu, Zay, Zo. Saw, Su, Say, So. Za, Zu, Zay, Zo. We're still going down this, huh? Man, we're going hard into this. Zany? It's true. That is accurate. So there is a character that is Sue, where you have a bit of like a tongue noise at the top of your mouth. That's Sue. But again, you know, like you're asking like an English speaker who's only got 1 year of Japanese. Like, I'm not gonna presume to be so far up my own asshole that like I'm gonna be giving like really good pronunciation advice on it. Oh, I like the druid. I feel like the rogue is the most dynamic of characters. And like the only way I can really think of the word for tsu is like tsunami, which is I mean that's a Japanese word. But we can say it in English, no problem. Tsunami. I can't think of any other English word that has TSU like that is used regularly. I can imagine somebody down south might see like tsunami. Like someone with a real heavy southern accent. Got a tsunami rolling in. That's how my grandfather would have pronounced it. I don't know what my accent is. I'm from New England. Relatively unaccented at English, but I mean, I don't know. I could be saying all sorts of things wrong. Looks like a tsunami's brewing. No offense to my southern viewers at all. Please understand. Well, I think I'd rather have this one. I think I'm fairly normal. Relatively unaccented English. But I mean, again, like what you would consider to be like non-accented is technically accented. It's just like, you know, we accept it as like the normal one. Middle ground of Massachusetts and New York that avoided both accents? Yeah. I mean, you can go out Midwest, and for the most part, there's really not too many accents. Not too heavily accented English. Yeah, I don't know how Boston ended up with its weird-ass accent. Like, it's very confusing to me. I'm having a great time in my mind imagining like the thickest southern US drawl getting into learning Japanese and like loving anime. And that brings me some joy just thinking about that. Because I mean it's out there, man. Like hardcore southern weebs like talking about like Naruto and stuff like that. I like that a lot. My Bankai is stronger than your Bankai.
Hinox, the priest who you help me.
I'm gonna be a Hokage. Hokage. Again, I don't mean any offense. I'm just having a little bit of fun. Now listen here, you streamer. Who the hell you think you are?
Need something forged?
How is this so much less damage than this? That's level, this is level 20. Maybe if it's because like it's like a set piece. It's not even that good. This is good. Jiu-jitsu Kaisen. There's probably like a bit that you could get like a lot of views on TikTok or something if you rip this bit off and you polished it up a little bit and you made some YouTube shorts or TikToks. People would love that, man. Southern love and anime. And I just don't know if they would like the joke or if other people like, I don't know who would be laughing. Cause like some of them might be like, well, that's what I say. What's wrong with that? Do it. I mean, just go through all of the anime. It's rage bait content. I don't know how I feel about rage bait. I mean, it's that we're all laughing at it together. Like, you know, there's nothing wrong with the Southern accent. Southern Grandpa talks about his favorite anime. Dude, I'm almost there. I mean, isn't there like an anime grandma? I know there's like an anime, there's like a Skyrim grandma. Dude, I just like chunked that thing down, dude. Something weebs will rise again. Is this better? I mean, I don't really care about smoke grenade. I care about smoke grenade about as much as I care about concealment. Well, concealment actually makes me move faster. Majority of the people that I've ever met from down south are some of the nicest people you'll ever meet, though. I know there's like a lot of stereotypes. And there's definitely some bad people, but for the most part, they're all very kind, very welcoming people. Oh, use concealment just to like wiggle around? The thing about the level 25 stronghold is the gear was too powerful. You had to get super lucky and like low roll the level requirement. So you get the corpses because they spawn crappy stuff? That's interesting. Oh, hey, we got a little friend. Thanks, bud. I mean, I got it half into my brain to start poop socking legendaries in the beta, and I'm like, what am I doing? Doesn't make any sense. Beta's gonna be over in like 48 hours. I already killed the world boss. Some life regen might be nice. Come on, dude. One man can farm Belial. Dude. I'm telling you, man. I talk about it every time I play this game. But, I saw the guy on Twitch, and all he did, he said he woke up at, like, 6 or 7 in the morning, and he would stream, like, 10 hours of, like, bail runs, like, every day. And I feel like that just, like, goes, like, past, like, playing a video game for, like, yourself or for entertainment, and that's just, like... It just feels like that's like an addiction. Like you're addicted to gambling, but you don't want to spend the money. Which I guess is like safer than like a real gambling addiction, but like it just doesn't sound right. Because the thing is like okay, your build can be better, but like what like if the perfect thing rolled, you'd be stronger, but like what does that enable you to do that you couldn't do before? We got all the waves? That's cool. More points in. Okay. It's a question of whether or not we want to put points into Malice, because we're not always making them vulnerable. We still need 3 more points in something. I could put 1 more point into subverting poison trap. It's just like, this is the only... I just don't have a lot of sources of poison. Concussive works with the poison trap. I could just keep maxing out my rapid fire. All right, we'll put 1 point there. We'll save the other point for thinking later. Might keep upgrading caltrops. We might upgrade it so it gets, what is it? I guess we can do either one of these upgrades. Either the crit or the chill. Maybe we'll do the chill. Hey, leave me alone. Stop. I almost killed me. We might eventually want to get a little bit more survivability. All right, we got a lot of guys on us. That was a lot of stuff. Well, things should be crowd controlled pretty commonly. I think we want this, and there's a slot in there too. That bonus damage on that legendary just feels so pointless. Like I could scrap it and put it on something. Feels like it isn't doing anything. Ooh. thought he'd give more stuff. Bonus physical damage? Okay, that's an improvement. Shield over my XP bar. Combo points. So we're going to get a bonus potion slot. So those should be filling up whenever we hit something with our basic. It's just a matter of, do we want to grind out the 400? Well, if we did all 3 strongholds, we'd be pretty much there. For that extra skill point. Oh yeah, you could even see him lighting up. You just blast him. It's like a stronghold right here, right? Wasn't this a stronghold? Hell, the stronghold. It's like one up here. I know it's like the level 25 one. There's like a level 15 one. It's like a village. Maybe it's level 20. Was it 20, 25, and 30? We've got movement speed stuff now, so maybe I will do a little bit of world map exploring. Man, this quest just, like, keeps coming up. This is awful.
I don't want to be alone.
The funny thing is I never got this quest in the beta. Maybe it wasn't in the beta. Is she blaming her child for leaving her alone? I mean, that sounds like a her problem, and she's the mom. I don't know. Those events feel like they're worth it. You get the murmuring stuff, you get a chest. Rapid fire and barrage. That's what this is, right? Rapid fire. We're gonna remove the aspect on the other legendary we have. It's just like the worst. It's like one of the worst legendaries I've ever gotten. And we're 21, so we could upgrade our potion as well, actually.
Ah, I see you have. Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
As I'm sure.
Oh, that's interesting. If you put it on a weapon, then that would be 20% extra damage for every second. That's almost good if you put that on a bow.
All right, traveler.
Oh, it's still capped at 30%? Well, it'll ramp up a lot faster. So maybe that's still okay. I don't have anything else.
That's a good omen.
Did I not get...
Fairly well.
Okay, it's got to be one of these. Pants? Pants give me the concealment. Ooh. Expensive. Alright, well.
You can take what's left. Came apart nice.
Might just upgrade this more. I could have that one setting on to show the range on stats. I'll definitely want to mess around with that at one point. You know, this item level isn't that high. I'm not going to put more upgrades into it. I'll put the baby upgrades in.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
I remember on the Barbarian, we had like a basic skill bonanza. The ability we have right now is actually not that bad for it. We just don't have enough topazes to really get it to the point where it would start scaling really well. But I was surprised how strong it got. Alright, we want to check out the potions as well, I think. And maybe we'll check out the gambling. Maybe. We've got 150 points.
If you've got the makings, I can mix it.
Maybe on rings? Might be nice. That ring's not doing too much.
Father bring you luck? Not much, is it?
One day, we will get something okay. I need to look at a map. They're not very good. The maps are not particularly great. Okay, here we go. This is a good map. So it's like right here? Right there. They're still X, but they're kind of fluid, Condor. Like, I was able to kind of rush ahead into Act 2, and I hadn't yet fully finished Act 1. You're gonna get spoiled? I don't think you're gonna get spoiled too badly.
Our purpose remains. It is.
Oh my god. He just gave me the stronghold request. Well, all right then. That's exactly what I want to do. The game fun? Just a fun game to kill creatures in and slowly get better gear over time. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. I mean, I'm assuming they're trying to make the story kind of tie into the old games, but then not so much that you got to have played all of them to know what's going on. Probably the strongest story linkage is between Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. That's got, like, some really... The games are old and crusty as hell. Well, at least one is. But, like, that's some cool story, man. Diablo 3? Kind of bad. It's not good. Shocked if Diablo isn't resurrected again? Yeah, maybe something. If not in the main game, then like in the expansion or whatever that they'll probably add. What is going on? issues. I keep getting frozen. That's a nice little chest. Ooh. So there's like a bunch of demons, devils. They call them prime evils. And what are they doing? What do they want? I don't know. Mess people up? I guess? That's maxed out. That's maxed out. 2 points. We're going to put our point here. I think. Yeah. The first game, the story was you were in the town of Tristram. There is a church. Under the church, Diablo set up shop, man, and he's causing all sorts of issues. He had a soul stone in his head? I don't know. You put him in a soul stone? I don't want to spoil it. Something about putting demons and stones and stuff. I think I like this a bit more than I like Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is just kind of silly now. Not bad. It's like a little silly. It's a little silly game. I actually kind of like having concealment. I think I would eventually replace caltrops with my ultimate, because that's going to do the same essential thing of sucking them up. I don't know. I think I just kind of like the Paragon levels. The seasons in Diablo 3 gave you some pretty silly builds that you could do. And that was kind of neat. I can't tell you that I ever really understood the story of Diablo 3. And I played and beat it multiple times. Slay the Ice Storm. This guy's getting all girded up. I mean, it basically comes down to angels and demons, are fighting, and humanity's in the middle, and they're always getting shafted. Are you a Satan worshiper in this game? You ate Mommy Satan's blood petals. I don't know that makes you like a Satan worshiper. Now, should you be? I mean, it's pretty based if you are. Shep, no? I'm not poking too much fun, but the diocese in my state recently had to declare bankruptcy because the church had over 300 sexual abuse cases that they had to resolve in court. And they had to use bankruptcy protection in order to find some way to pay it over time. Haven't heard of any Church of Satan having to settle 300 sexual assault charges. Church of Satan super charitable? Pretty much. They're not, like, actually devil worshippers. I'm sure there's a couple edgelords that do it. They're just, like, very aggressive atheists for the most part. Or not necessarily even atheists, but, like, something akin to that. I mean, and, like, I don't really have any skin in this game, but I feel like they should let the priest marry, man. I think it's kind of a messed up thing to be like, you're not allowed to get married. Maybe it made sense in like 1,000 years ago or whatever. Or they wanted you to be like real focused on the church, but like nowadays. Let them get married, man. Plus, we're ranked to all agility skills. I can't be better than this, though. Alright, let's see if this guy smushes us. I feel like he probably will. I feel like I do so much damage. Uh-oh. Not get greedy here. Twisting blades. I like my pants. I do. They gave me the concealment. I like that concealment. That's a better skill than I thought it would be. I feel like maybe even going up to countering stealth would be nice. How does potions work in this game? Can I show you the potion? So you instantly heal a tiny amount and then you gain a little bit of extra life over a couple seconds. Guaranteed crit seems alright. Rekindle the shrine. Oh, you gotta go up here to do it, right? And a lot of people saying the game looks real good. I can't say that I think it looks like amazing. It looks alright. All agility and all subterfuge skills.
May the light keep you.
+1 a rank of poison trap.
Father keep you.
My concealment. I could always put 1 point into it though. Oh, this gives concealment and poison trap? That's pretty good. What would my next level of poison trap do? Why doesn't it say? There's just a lot of damage. 1,500 is just like a lot. How's this thing doing? 500 damage? I mean, I know it'll do more damage. It's not telling me. I don't know what Dark Shroud is. I'll just save my money.
You can take this. Let's go salvage.
Rather have the bonus physical damage. That was 1. Now we want to see. There's 1 in the north. That's the hard one. Let's do the easier one first. It's like right here. Go up and then down. How to pay to win is it so far? Well, I mean, I can't say that I've really noticed any pay to win mechanics at all. You can spend money to get layered armor. There is a season pass. Can we even see the season pass yet? I can't even see it yet. That's really funny because they were all on about like season pass, season pass.
Your return honors me.
I don't see anything. You know, the only games that I know of that are pay to win are free to play games. And like that's the price you pay for not paying for the game, I guess. I don't know what else to say. Path of Exile's a little pay to win. Lost Ark is apparently like mega pay to win. Black Desert Online, pay to win. Mostly free to play games. You know, you can't even, I mean, you know, you can't get too mad at the developers. I mean, they decided they wanted to make that their... Isn't there like a thing here? It's next to the dong. There should be like a shrine here. I don't know where it is. Was the Division pay to win? Division 2? I mean, Diablo Immortal, again, gets away with it because it's, you know, free to play. I'm not necessarily defending free to play pay to win. I'm just saying I get it. They got to make their money somehow. I mean, even Capcom sells pay to win. I mean, it's really pay to cheat. They got some pay to cheat games. You can pay to cheat in Devil May Cry 5. These earbuds have been going for 9.5 hours. It's like insane. Pay to play and pay to win. I think Black Desert Online was basically that. This is a cool stronghold. This is the best, one of the best strongholds in the game.
Blessed are you who will die in the Mother's name.
Give this stranger the holiest of welcomes.
There's so many games like that. Name 5. Name 3 that we didn't just mention. Which one I got? They're cheap as hell, man. They're not good. But they're good for me. R2 and R3 make you pay to unlock everything. Let's be clear, like, it's one thing if you're paying to cheat in an offline game. Like, who cares? Like, whatever. That's what you want to do with your life. It's a decision. I'm looking at what are the games out there that have a competitive aspect to them. And you're spending money to get an advantage over other players that you'd be normally playing against. I don't think there's that many. Where you've paid for it and then you get paid to get stronger in it. GTA 5, FIFA, NBA 2K2. Okay, I give you the sports games. GTA 5, I mean, is it really a competitive game? Oh, maybe I'll upgrade this. The online, but is it like competitive? It's like a sandbox, isn't it? You're right. FIFA makes a ton of money. I've heard about that. You gotta buy the game and then you gotta get like the trading cards. That's like an EA thing.
I must destroy them.
I know there was a guy in my chat who free to play unlocked like some like fighter jet and he got really sad because his account got hacked and then he lost his fighter jet as a free to play. It costed like hundreds of hours to get his fighter jet. I felt bad for the guy. Why is it so much? Why am I taking so much damage? What is going on in this house? I blame the shocking succubus. I mean, to be clear, like I felt real bad for the guy. I mean, that's terrible. But I mean, that's what the free-to-play does. Like, they want to give you cool rewards, and in order to get there, you either have to spend a lot of time, because they know that when you're tired of spending time, you might be okay to just spend money. At a certain point, you're gonna be like, my time is worth more than, you know, I spent an hour getting the equivalent of $1. Next time, I'll just spend $1. That's what they want. The chores. I mean, the thing about GTA Online that I find insane is they have like a literal casino. It's not even like a figurative casino. It's a real casino that you can spend real money to get in-game currency on and gamble as if you were in a casino. Main difference being like you will never, you don't actually get any real money out of it. It's pay to get an advantage, and if you consider running around in a online state, blowing up other people with your fighter jet an advantage, then it's technically true. I wouldn't put it at the same level as like a FIFA. And yeah, I don't think he has to have spent $1,000 buying a fighter jet in GTA to have an opinion on it. I think that's valid. And they get money. I mean, people... I mean, I don't know. Random chance and gambling in video games is like so scary. Because it slips in. I mean, it's one thing if you're like you drive to a casino, you know what you're getting into, but like you may not associate immediately that you're dealing with a casino-like situation. I don't know. I don't know about the GTA casinos. I don't know how fair they are. I've seen articles online when I look it up, like, here's how to win the slots in the GTA casino. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't sound right to me. Ooh! She likes to shoot me, like, point blank with her fireball. Lost Ark Lost Ark and Black Desert Online are probably the most predatory of the games that I'm aware of. Maybe a little bit more Black Desert Online. Lost Ark, I'm not sure how directly competitive you are against other players. But I know Black Desert Online, like, PvP is kind of a big part of the game. Diablo Immortal? Well, I mean, that's a free-to-play game. Like, yeah, it's... you know... Screwed up. PvP is scaled. Is that in Lost Ark or in... I don't know what this quest is. We'll just do it in Lost Ark. Oh, that's interesting. So everybody's always on an even playing field in Lost Ark? So, like... Okay, this is maybe a very dumb question. Outside of stuff like a season pass, why would you ever spend money in Lost Ark? Just to push more content harder, faster? Same reason why you'd spend money on gacha and like Genshin. Okay. Oh, hey! Look what we got! That wasn't a treasure goblin. He didn't give me anything. Maybe somebody got fired because of him. If that is what I think it is. $100,000 weapon in Lost Ark. My thing is like, if a game ever gets to that valuation, like there's just like such an immense hazard possibility that like you're just gonna have the developer itself like making Smurf accounts and selling stuff in that way. Oh, so there's guild versus guild. That's like whales fighting whales. Battle of the paychecks. 4% more damage. Some people, man. For turbo whales to fight. I don't know. Unless you're like at Mr. Beast tier, I don't even know how you could make your money back from that as a content creator. Maybe Linus? Linus Tech Tips? If enough playing, you can get it as a free-to-play. But like by the time you get it, isn't it going to be something better? That's just it. It's not a matter of whether or not you can get it. It's a matter of what's relatively as good. Barrage? It's not barrage. We use rapid fire, right? Yeah. We got our ult. Finally got our ult going. Death Trap. I want to max out Death Trap. Yeah, let's put that there. Oh shoot! Oh god, no. Well, if we can kill him... If... There's gonna be a lot of kiting. I don't even know if I can do it even with kiting. We're gonna die. He stunned me. I'm dead. Too strong. Second death? Maybe third death. One death was like, chat was on my ass to try something really hard out of my league. That one just now, I mean, that's on me. I might have died one other time. Can't really remember. Slay the Overseer. Well, where is it? How have I not found the Overseer yet? Whatever. Butcher was not the Overseer. I don't know who that was. No, it was the Butcher. Man, he's so cracked out. He's a real gear check. Or skill check. But I mean, you don't have enough evasion, really. Overseer? Now I'm starting to believe that there is no Overseer. Pink T-Rex the game? He, I've never been able to beat him solo. I think I beat him in a group once. Did I miss something? Slay the Overseer. Screw it. Okay. I remember this quest. That ability looks really cool. That's going to be great once we finally, like, when we max out the level on it. I kind of remember this from the end of the first beta, the second beta.
To have this.
Was it good there?
Already gone.
Neira. She came seeking the Haradrim of legend. Seeking hope. She found neither. But her part in things was far from over. In truth, we would need her more than she needed
Dietary habits in your stream title.
Didn't seem that way at the time, though.
It's my brain, man.
For anyone.
Fog, have a good night. I'm not going to be going for too much longer.
Proved to be just as unreliable as I'd feared. His self-obsession had driven him to murder his son, Rathma. And from the corpse left behind, Lilith had taken a key to hell. Where would she?
It's a long stream.
We
did like 5 hours of Monster Hunter. So almost 5 hours of Monster Hunter. We've done like 5 hours of Diablo. Feels like the Diablo is moving kind of slow. Like a little pokey. Hey, we got an item. We do slow enemies. But I don't think that's enough. It's better than that. So we're not always close to enemies. Just want another 100 points. We can finish the next stronghold pretty easily. And then 1 or 2 side dungeons and we'll be good. And we'll get that extra skill point. We'll be. So we want to get Prime Death Trap and then this one. Smile?
Fuzzy just resubscribed for 36
Was that supposed to be an emote?
Smile.
Thank you, Fuzzy Pirate. Don't really need the energy. Don't really want to use that either. These don't get leveled up. Can't wait to play this game. I mean, you could play it now. You could. When Poison Trap or Death Trap activates, you get 4% critical strike chance against vulnerable and crowd control enemies for 4 seconds. Well, that's great. We're going to definitely max that out. So that would be 1, 2, 5. And then we'd be 4 points away from getting our passive. Marksman or cutthroat? That's a marksman. That's a marksman. I'm assuming cutthroat is just your melee. Okay. So that's the mix of one, right? Close quarters combat, you got to use both. Well, because we're all into marksman anyways, where's the rest of the skill tree? Yeah, I don't know if this is it, man. Maybe there's more? I think you just go precision. Exposure is pretty interesting, too. How many trap skills are there? Oh, that's a trap skill? That's very interesting. I think I'll go exposure. And we can do caltrops, death trap, poison trap. And then we've got obviously our puncture, and we've got our rapid fire. And then that still leaves one extra spot. I like concealment because it moves us fast. You know, could I see Dark Shroud maybe being better? I could see it maybe being better. Walks out of my traps. I mean, they oftentimes do. But like in a crowd situation, it's usually not a problem. I think I want to go up here. It's just like the poison trap skill is so strong. It's like the most damaging one thing I could do against anything. I mean, it's... Where is it? Almost 2,000 damage? How's the gameplay so far? Did you play the betas? It feels even slower than the last beta, which already was slower than the beta before that. That's not necessarily a bad thing. You'll just spend more time playing the game. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I'm trying to think what I would compare it to.
No survivors. This place is overrun.
It's well designed. What level are we? We are level 24. Oh, Jesus, it's level 30 here. Well, we didn't die immediately. I don't think I can do it. I'm getting out of here. All right. Too hot for me. I'll come back in a couple levels. I definitely enjoyed kind of like the weirder classes that were available in Diablo 3. Like the Witch Doctor's just so goofy. I like that sort of stuff. But, I mean, it's fine. The game still plays well. To me, I feel like the Rogue is the most interesting one. But, I mean, I think they have all got the places where they shine. Whirlwind Barbarian's been the same for the 10 years. Oh no, hold on. Why is it taking me the wrong area? I was kind of confused. I'm like, why is it doing that? Well, they majorly nerfed Corpse Explosion. Necromancer just had it too easy when I played it. It was like way too easy. I mean, at that point, like, why are you even playing the game? The equivalent of, like, Valor Heavy Bowgun. Druid has a couple legendaries it really needs, but outside of that, I mean, it's fine. Progression, you're going to be fine. And nobody's going to struggle to beat the game, I don't think. Cookie clicker. I mean, when I played with Corpse Explosion, it was powerful, but like you did not have to engage in any mechanics at all. Blood Necro. I mean, I guess if you just don't build Corpse Explosion and you don't build into your minions at all, there's maybe an interesting build there.
Help.
So dark.
Why are there so many ghost children in this game? Like, you constantly gotta babysit them.
Used to walk me home.
Kid just walking around looking for his mom. Or grandfather, I guess, this time. You're going down, Grandpa. That was actually a little hard. Bonus vulnerable damage. It's a lot more damage. Stunned and slowed. Gonna have to transfer that again. I might not just transfer it. I mean, when it pops off, it's nice, but it's so annoying. Oh, I gotta stand still. Oh, that's awesome. Can't wait to stand still in the game where I'm supposed to be running around not getting hit by enemies. Stupid game. Stupid legendary. If it were like a turret build, maybe. Oh, shoot. I love concealment. It's like I screwed up real bad just now. I got hit. It's getting a little late. I'm getting a little sleepy. And I was just able to stand up and walk away. Okay, this is terrifying. Without my traps, my crowd clear is kind of bad. Great single target damage, but really need those traps. Okay, we'll get there. I don't think I got anything. Return to Morag. Is that Morag? Do I think the game is worth $70? Is it 70 or is it 60? I thought the base game was 60. Was it 70 on console? Have a good night, Renka. I've been saying most of the night, it's the sort of game that fits the bill of like, I don't know what I want to play, but I want to play something where I feel like I'm killing something and I'm getting stronger. No way it's $70. I thought the base edition was 60. And it was an extra 20 for the digital deluxe. Does that mean it's 90 for the suck version?
Life is fewer than before, but
Unreal, if true. How much did I pay for it? I didn't pay anything for it. It came with my graphics card. I can get a skill point here. There are some $60 video games. There's Entry and Odyssey that's an $80 video game. That's bold new ground. Necromancer Roto. Grenade skills count as trap skills. Whenever you arm a trap or drop grenades, you gain 10% bonus movement speed. That could be good. What are my grenade skills? Smoke grenade? There's like one grenade skill. What? Just say smoke grenade. I mean, the game at least runs well. So we give it a little credit in that regard. How is the MS? I have no idea what you mean. The money shop? The Miz? My wife? Main story? Terrible?
You thank you, Kate.
It's got some of the worst dialogue I've ever seen. There are situations where people literally just stand and Pepe stare at each other as they talk. And I hate it. But outside of that, I mean, it's all right, I guess. But that part's real bad. The cutscenes, the CGI cutscenes are sometimes okay. I love the story. It had a clear beginning, middle, and end. I mean, if that's how you judge your games, cool, 2% cooldown reduction. Yeah, I'll take that. I just have slightly different expectations because, like, I feel like we've gotten so far with video games in terms of, like, gameplay design and graphics, and yet, like, we just tolerate the worst possible writing and story and cinematics and everything. And, like, I'm not asking for everyone to be, like, Hideo Kojima. But, you know, make an attempt.
You can take what's left.
When did I get another graphics card? Did my old one die? I got it, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. Did you not do maintenance in the older one? No, it's fine. I wanted something that was smaller and more power efficient and more powerful than my previous card. That could also do AV1 encoding. I got a 4070. I'm pretty happy with it. It was a reasonable upgrade over a 2080. And power and size and heat-wise, it's way better. You know, would I like to, whatever, 4080? Sure, but I didn't feel like spending $800 to $1,000. $600 felt like that was enough. I'm just gonna meld 2 of these. I actually want to restart my computer at some point and check out what the frame generation looks like and if I could tell a difference with the input lag.
Come and see.
I'm very curious to see if I can tell. The 6 gigabyte of the 4070? Do they sell a 6 gigabyte version of the 4070? What are you talking about, man? They sell an 8 gigabyte version of the 3060. And they will be selling a 16 gigabyte version of the 3060, but I don't think it's worth it. selling different versions of graphics cards. As far as I know, every 4070 on the market is 12 gigabytes. I could be wrong. Which 12 gigabytes is like, it's a minor upgrade over 8. 2080 had a 8 gigs, but I mean, it's, you know. I think it's about the same as like a PlayStation 5. They don't... NVIDIA makes a lot of money from non-gamer graphics cards now. So that means when they sell graphics cards, they need it to be worth their while. So they don't want another 1000 series situation again where they release the perfect card and people can use it for like 10 years. They want to release cards that people want to upgrade every 3 to 4 years, if not sooner. It's planned obsolescence, man. Oldest trick in the book.
Poor man must have his hands.
4070 stuff, though, that's no gimmick. That's... The AV1 encoding is going to be very nice for when Twitch enables that switch.
The dance is my home.
I'm very excited. Stream quality is already pretty good, but like it's going to be so much better. Like we could theoretically stream at 4K or 120 FPS when AV1 encoding is enabled. Or just have like really good looking 1080p 60 footage. The 2080 Ti was not... Okay. Are you okay, man? 24 gigabytes? Hold on. It did not have 24 gigabytes. It had 11 gigabytes. 24 gigs of VRAM. Is it a... What is a 4090? Does a 4090 have 24 gigs? Maybe a 4090 has 24 gigs. Ain't no 2080 Ti out there with 24 gigs. $3090 was 24 gigs? Damn. $12 is okay. 16 would be better. Right? And nowadays, it feels pretty bad not having 16. Because, like, you can't max everything. Not that you would ever really notice a significant difference. I did not have it. Should we look at EVGA 2080 Ti SKUs? What are these pale tongues for? EVGA 2080 Ti. I see 11 gigs. I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe you had a 3090. Secret upgrade. Look at this necromancer privilege. They're already one level ahead of me. Those bastards.
Your thrice damned wardstones didn't. Ah, you spoke to Corey. Damn bloody good. That I'll pay.
Don't worry.
Oh, those are enemies? Yeah, man, I guess the only question is like, for Monster Hunter 6, how much VRAM will it need to max everything out? I'm assuming it'll go up to, if not slightly over 12 gigs if you really max everything. Because that's what Resident Evil 4 Remastered required. You're pulling RE4? Do you struggle with RE4? There's no way, don't you have like a 3070? I know you got a 3000 card. And you were trying to get yours in the middle of the crypto crisis. Like that's not a good time. You could definitely do RE4 over 1080p. Are you crazy? That game runs on the Steam Deck. Ain't no way you're gonna have a hard time running it.
We'll see how well Altair's magic works. Me, I prefer a more direct deterrent.
8 gigs cards crash in RE4. My 2080 wasn't crashing in RE4.
Damned beasts have moved into the pit.
But yeah, you will get like really bad stutters, if not crashes, when you run out of VRAM. It's really bad. Like Nvidia is trying to do this like really bold strategy with the 4060 Ti being like, don't worry, we sped up the bus, we don't need more VRAM. And it like just doesn't work as far as anyone can tell. Oh, I got it just in time! Oh, I'm such a little goblin. I use rapid fire, not barrage. Wow, it's all trash. It's just bizarre, man. Like, are the components harder to get now? Like, I don't... Isn't everything just made out of, like, silicon and wire? Is that a gross oversimplification? Like, when you've designed the process, it's the engineering process that's difficult. Like, they're not, like... They're not putting diamonds in that. In the new graphics cards. Well, they could have gotten screwed over on pricing. I know it's super fashionable to hate on them because like the gross retail price is much higher now. But like from an inflation perspective, you know, a 4070 being $600, it should probably be like $500, but like I don't think it's even that grossly overpriced. I don't know. Maybe I've just been completely mind dominated. If there's anything that just feels like a complete waste of value is the 4060. Like, I don't even understand what's going on there. Like, who's going to be buying the 16 gig, $500 4060 Ti? Like, why not just buy the 4070? Like, okay, you've got 4 gigs less of VRAM, but everything else is going to be faster. Very confusing. No. 4070 is 12 gigs. I just didn't feel like I needed to go to the 4070 to the 4070 Ti. I didn't want to spend $800. You know, $600 was right at that price point of being like, okay, I can justify this. This is going to have the AV1 encoding. Got all that DLSS stuff. It's definitely faster than my 2080. I'll help you, man. Cool. We're sending is 12. Yeah, I know. That's like, it's not perfect, you know? 16 would obviously be better, but it's more than what I had. It's still an upgrade over what I had before. I had 8 gigs before, so. And you get very close to running out of it in Monster Hunter World with 8 gigs. Barrage is what I use. Rapid Fire is what I use. I say it's Barrage. It's Rapid Fire. I mean, it is sabotage. It's straight up sabotage. But like, I don't know. From a content creator standpoint, you know, I just don't want to have to worry about or deal with AMD or Intel for their solution on encoding. You know, NVINC does pretty good work. What they say is a lie. They say, like, you won't notice any gameplay loss. You won't lose any frames. That's not true. But it's, for the most part, it's okay. Look how much damage that does. Oh yeah, this is what we want, right? There. Oh, gee, oh, that almost got us. I mean, when do you think the next gen consoles are coming out? Because like I feel like most games in most situations are going to be targeting the PlayStation 5 anyways. And what, PlayStation 5's got a total of 16 gigs of RAM? But like it's not like it doesn't use all of it for VRAM. Turn to felon. Is this felon? Oh, there he is. He's up there. Most games will start to target 16. It's just not possible, man. There's so many people that still can't, that aren't even at 8 gigs. I mean, in the future, I mean, okay, yeah, someday in the future. But like in the near future, I feel like 8 gigs is what you'll need for sure. I mean, there's always going to be those horribly unoptimized games, like the Last of Us on launch, where like medium textures looked like you were playing on a PlayStation 1.
Well, you don't disappoint. See if mounting.
Thank you. Will I get a dumb little box? Thanks. Slowed enemies, they get slowed. 12 to stats is pretty good. Alright. Alright. Almost level 30. Not very close to our specialization. I don't think we're going to be 35 when we get it, because we're going to get, we get this skill point. And then we're going to get this other skill point. What was I even leveling up? I think I was leveling up my builder. It's basically 10% more damage. Dude, my gear feels awful. But like I'm making do. How is it so far? It's fun. I mean, it's exactly what it says on the box. You are John Diablo killing monsters. I feel like I didn't get the cooldown from that I wanted. Are you getting stuck at anything, Faladius? To the point where, like, you feel like you really need to do that? Barely scraping by? That's the cool part. You could always reduce your world tendency, which I know is like mega insulting, but it is an option. So with Barb, I did like a lot of bleeding. That was the best damage I could come up with the gear that I had. Don't. Hey, we beat all 5. All right. I feel like the passive on that death trap thing only works once. Oh, screw you. No way that's better. I'm gonna drop you. I mean, I'd like to have the armor, but I just don't really care. I mean, it says it's stronger. I mean, we'll just use it. It's not upgraded yet, so maybe it'll upgrade to being stronger. Oh, you're getting your ass beat by everything? Well, if you're still using level 3 armor pieces, that makes sense. Oh, this has got bonus movement speed? Oh, we're going to take that one. That one's actually an upgrade. Did I kill Diablo? No. Not yet. Sorry to let you down. Not my streamer! I hope there's a waypoint up here. Neat horse. Am I gonna get a horse? Is this like the horse quest?
Safe journey, my friend.
John Diablo IV. I'm John Diablo Jr.
Would you?
Worry not.
Man, I could just, there's like nothing in my life I want to do less than deliver this bag of foodstuffs. It's like the lamest thing you could ask me to do. And I'm a little errand boy? I think you get the... I'm pretty sure they give you the gems that are inside that if you destroy them.
Still got some good in it. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Am I hardcore? I'm a little baby boy. We've already died 3 times. If I'm gonna do hardcore, like it's gotta be like after I've played the game, learn the fights, and I'm willing to go slow.
And your talismans and dirt scrolling.
All talk in the first beta. All of my characters die. They throw crap like the butcher at you out of nowhere, and he stuns you, stun locks you, and then you die.
The whetstones are singing. Hearts are pumping.
Mind what lurks in the fog, and return as soon as...
The roads are thick with fog, so the fastest...
Grandpa Gamer. I'll take it. I'll take the criticism. It's true. Speaking of Grandpa Gamer, I've been streaming for 11 hours. I should probably go to sleep. It was late. Late as hell. Alright. More Monster Hunter tomorrow. And then probably a little bit more of this game. We'll do a little bit of both. I'm going to try this game out a little bit more. I'm going to play it a little bit off stream because I want to... Oh, I don't need these on my head. I want to see what DLSS 3.0 looks like. I'm very interested to see if I can tell a difference. Oh, my ass. All right, everyone. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Goodbye.